Okay, we're live. So let me check the bitrate quick. And today we're going to be working on Eavor. Oh, let me do a shout out too. Forgot to do this. Oh, never mind. Okay. Let's see if chat's working. Yo, what's up, Tudor? How's it going? Alright, so probably going to stream for about 4 hours, hopefully. So we're going to get a lot done. I want to add parries today. Because I have parries, but they need to be more fun. So we're going to do parries. I feel like my camera is not good right now. That's okay. Are you on YouTube? Let me test the Twitch chat. Cool. All right. So the way parries work right now is you parry an attack and it deals damage back. Also, I was working on some stuff yesterday and I added a lot of changes to the augments. So I buffed a lot of stuff. And I slowed down the weapon a bit, like the initial attacks. So I think the greatsword at least feels a lot better. The trail, I was trying to figure out how to make it look more like pixelized and stylized, I guess. But I ended up smoothing out the trail curve, which is kind of fun. Looks a lot better. So I need to fix the outlines today too, because someone else left feedback on that. So I'm trying to figure out if I stick with like a single outline for like props and stuff, but I kind of like having the double outline. It looks a lot better in my opinion. Okay, so parrying right now. Well, I mistimed it, but okay, so we go into range. There we go. That's a parry. So it's dealing no damage because I changed some stats. So let's figure out why that is. So in the hurt box, basically what happens is, I think I have a parry hurt box or something. Oh, you know what it is? Let's see, when you enter the state, there's like a parry. Yeah, start parrying. So what this function does is it gives you the parry time. And if there's a time on the parry, it starts a timer and then times that out to disabling parry. So I guess, though, this is all applied in the hurt box. There should be like a parry check somewhere. Yeah. So if owner is parrying, type equals parrying, and then we just do an override here for the match statement. And if we parry, then if not main hurt box, return. Oh, this only applies to the IC. So we take into account the noxious root, which is something added because I don't want to run everything in like a function array. Let's see, we get parry damage is final damage times parry damage multiplier times noxious root multiplier. And the parry damage multiplier is 0.25. Interesting. So I think the best move is maybe just to buff parrying. Also, let me fix my camera quick. I think if I turn off my light, 1 second. If I do that, and then I think my camera likes that a bit more. Also, yo, what's up, Games by Layman? So I think the move is we just make parrying not even... Well, it doesn't even mitigate some of the damage. It just completely nullifies the damage, which I like. We apply the damage directly here, but one thing I don't like about this, and I didn't think about this, is if I use the take damage function, like what is it calculating here? Why is it not giving me the right amount of damage? Shake screen is critical. Can parries be critical? I mean, I guess. So let's try this first. If I multiply the parry damage instead of reducing it, let's just set it to 2. Yo, what's up, Dennis? How's it going? I want to try this and see if we're getting like decent damage numbers. I also need a sword. What about a custom attack on parry that could add some flair to weapons as well? So my idea was parrying would do something, and in the case of a greatsword, I want it to stun enemies. And I might just keep stunning for all parries, but the other thing is, like, different weapons will have different ways to parry and might not even have parries. So I'm going to try to figure out the greatsword first and then see what I can do from there. Also, I need to do this loading screen. I want to put tooltips on there and like a progress bar. Alright, let's find an enemy. I have a question. Since you're doing updates for your Steam game, can you give me an overview on how that works? Like how to push the updates to Steam, or... I guess, what do you mean by that? Alright, that dealt 2 damage. So what's going on here? Oh, you know what it is? I think I know what it is. I think it's based on just the character's attack, just the player's attack. Could that be up? Receive hits. Oh no, I remember. Yeah, that's obvious. It's based on the attack that you're receiving. Like, what do players get? Do they just install the updates? Oh, yeah. So any updates to early access, if you own early access, then you're gonna get the free updates. You reflect after armor reduction. Yeah, I think that's what's going on here, is I'm taking the final damage, which is after armor reduction. So what I should be doing is the raw damage. And then this is based on the damage that you get hit by, which I kind of like scaling it with that, but I might... Maybe I should do... No, I like that, because then it's higher risk, high reward. So let's do parry damage is equal to raw damage. Let's see how this works. Yeah, updates to early access will be available for everyone who has early access. When I release the game, though, out of early access, I'm not sure how I want to do that yet. Also, I'm going to start working on multiplayer after I add some more content and fix the basic things. I've already purchased and playing the early access and wanted to ask if it's okay to record a gameplay video for my channel, or you'd like us to wait. You can do whatever you want. I should have this next update done by the weekend, so if you want to wait until then, it will probably have more content, but you can record a video now if you want. If you do, though, send me a link because I'd love to see that. Okay, where's an enemy? All right, let's see what this does. 54. That's because we're doubling the damage, right? I always forget you can just reload. Like, you can change values in Godot, and it just manually or automatically inserts them. Maybe we don't even need the multiplier. Let me just... Whoops, I don't want to run that scene. Let me run the woods. Yo, how's it going? Multiplayer sounds interesting. Does it require a cloud server for online? So I'm going to be using the Steam multiplayer, which if you have the Steamworks, or what is it called? Godot Steam plugin, it makes multiplayer a lot easier. So I'll probably just do it that way. Okay, I can parry with the lance. It's just a bit trickier. So I also want to, I think I want to add regular parrying into the lance toolkit. Yo, how's it going, Rainbow? Hope you're doing well. It's been a while. How's it going, Dan? I don't know about the Godot. Oh, I don't know about Godot, but you should put the var public in the inspector so you can change it well. Well, that's the thing. You can you can either do like an export. Oh, I didn't parry. And just change it. Or you can literally go into the script, change the value, and just resave it, and it'll update, which is kind of cool. I think that's right. I don't think it's really essential to use the parry multiplier. So for now, I'm just gonna take raw damage, multiply it by the noxious root multiplier, and now we have to test the noxious root because this one might be overpowered now. So I see. It's just a direct multiplier of how many you have. So if you have 2 noxious roots... Wait, was I doing this times this? Yeah. So if you have raw damage times noxious root and you have 2 of them, it's going to double your damage on parries, which... Maybe I should just slash that in half. Like if I did... Well, let's do divided by 2. And then I'm going to go into the player. Whenever we hit backspace, I'm just going to... Well, I don't even really need to take that out. Oops, give us a noxious root. Let's run this again. Mostly working on Unity, so I don't know about Godot. Yeah, you can do that in Godot. Godot Steam does make multiplayer easier, but only when you know how to do multiplayer. It took me like 4 months to... Yeah, multiplayer is kind of a pain in the neck. It's going quite well. I'm studying for college exams. Nice. How's I forget your Trench Knight. How's that going? I still need to play it since because I put it on Steam or wishlisted it. Is it like released? I guess I never checked. Can you also keep local option or? It's not hard, it might be useful. I'll look into that. I can probably do that. If it's not too confusing, I'll do that. I have 2 games on Steam. One of them sold more than 100k copies. Dang, that's really cool. What advice would you have? Because I'm looking for advice. This is like my first time doing Steam. Would love to hear any advice. Have you got your Godot plans? Oh, Godot Con plans in place. I'm helping them out a bit this time. Oh, do you have information on when that's happening? Because I'm still kind of looking for the dates. Have they, like, released it? I haven't seen anything. Because I know someone found the dates from the GodotCon that happened 2 weeks ago. And I wasn't sure if those were, like, official. Alright, let's try with 1 noxious root. I really enjoy your dev channel. I started Godot about 3 weeks ago, and I love. Thanks. Glad I can help. Yeah, Godot is super fun. So good luck on your journey. Oh, there's a bot in my channel or my chat. Let me purge them. Okay, let's get a parry. 27. Oh, that Barkling had a Mermaid's Gem. I want to try it with the sword. Someone also said that the dialogue for this guy needs to be shorter, which I agree with. All right, let's do this one. I'm not an expert, though. The second game did not do well. More wish lists? Okay. I think that's what... I mean, I knew that going into it, and I'm kind of taking this as a time to do that, I guess. Like, if I have it in early access for a year, hopefully I can build up, like, 20k wish lists is kind of my goal. Also, I heard that just promoting it to content creators is a really good option. So I'm definitely going to be doing that once I have a little bit more content before release. July 20th to 22nd. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely going. I think I'm going to be getting like an Airbnb this time though. Cuz wow, last year was expensive. I got like a hotel right next to the event and it was very expensive. All right, how are we looking? 13 damage with 1 Noxious Root. You know what I just realized? Noxious Root multiplier, does that default to 1? I'm not sure. Noxious Root multiplier. Okay, it does default to 1. We're fine. The Marriott. Was it the Marriott? I think it was. It was funny though, because I saw a bunch of other people that were at the event were at the same hotel. So I like walked to the building, and I was like around a ton of people that were walking to the same place. Trench Knight is going well. I've decided to go with a much slower pace for the gameplay, and I've spent some time tweaking the beta weapons. Nice. Finish the enemies, pathfinding algorithms. Yeah, I really enjoyed that game, so I really need to check it out. I keep saying that, but hopefully this allows me to have more time in life getting this game out there. I think parrying feels good. I might reduce the damage even further, but I do like how impactful the Noxious Root is. And the next thing is to add stunning, which is what I wanted to work on more today. Now, another option, should I have... Yeah, definitely. Excited to try that. Should I have a initial, like, massive knockback when you parry? Because I'm thinking my idea was you parry and then you go straight into a charge so you can follow up. Like, what if I had the parry do knockback? That might be good. Are you a full-time indie dev? I am not. I could do it full-time, but I want extra money, so I have a few jobs. Luckily, it's at Microsoft again. Do you know if they're going to get a different room in the Microsoft building? Because on the like Google Maps for the Microsoft building, it has a bunch of really cool rooms, but I feel like we got like a pretty small one last time, so it'd be cool to see those. Do you currently parry just by holding? Yeah, so holding right click starts the parry, or starts the block. At the start of a block, it's considered a parry if you time it right. And I'm not sure how I want the window to work with lances too, because lances you can go into a power guard, and when you go into it, it's also a parry, but it's a little bit trickier to actually transition into the power guard, so I made the window a lot larger, and I don't really like it. So my idea is to add just regular parrying to lance as well, because it's basically the same like style of weapon, and then have power guard do something else. Working on it, apparently a VP showed up out of the blue and claimed more space. we were supposed to have last year. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really excited for GodoCon. I've been waiting a whole year for it. And now it's in another 2 months, so I'm like fiending for it. Okay. So my idea was stunning is going to work on the entity class. So if I open up my Barkling here, I'm kind of handling a lot with the, can I like, you know what, let's do this. Let's try this. I never put my file system there. I'm doing a lot with behavior trees, and I'm handling the death animation this way as well. So my idea was maybe if I because I can't really use a state manager or a state machine. Like, I don't want to enter a state and then have the behavior tree react to that, if that makes sense. I don't know. This structure is kind of weird. I don't really like it. And I kind of want to clean up the enemy scene a little, but we're stuck with it for now. I think the parry should do a tiny knockback into an enemy stun. Okay. I think that's the best way to do it. Yeah, I'm hoping for GodoCon, I'm hoping we get like a ton more people this year. I mean, logically we should, right? But it would be so cool if the event just keeps growing. So let's add the knockback first, because that's easy. So if instance is valid, we take damage. We're also going to do attacking an entity dot apply knockback with damping. Yeah, that's the one. Knock direction equals the direction of the hurt box. Knock direction we want to do, this is on the player, so we would do owner entity dot global position dot direction to attacking entity global position. Knockback value gets taken from receive hit. So could we just give them their knockback back to them? Just completely like mirror the attack. I feel like that would be kind of cool. And then float is converted to int and loses precision. Knockback value, let's just round this, I guess. I don't know why that's an integer. Maybe I should convert it to a float on the receiving end. This should be a float. Let's see if we get any issues with that. Ooh, you know what I could do? With the Noxious Root, I could add that it gives extra knockback as well. I'd love to go to GodoCon, but I'm broke. Rip. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out, is like ways to make the event cheaper, because it's so expensive. I think last year technically hit capacity. Oh, okay. So I guess maybe it won't get bigger. Very something that should feel rewarding since you have to time it, and this might be controversial, but I believe in hard to time but rewarding parries. I think mine are pretty good timing wise. I might make it a bit tighter, but it's also, my game doesn't really have like telegraphed attacks, like where the enemies would flash red or have like an attack zone or something like that. So it is just inherently more difficult to do a parry. So I think having the window like a little bit more flexible for my game is all right, but I think I need to test it more. I think maybe the parry knockback should be depending on the enemy type, like the knockback, any entity with the same. Well, that's kind of built in. So if I apply knockback, they take the value, but everything also has a knockback resistance. So like a Akiesto, you won't be able to just pound him into the whatever wall. That's quoted, but I think you should be small overall since you wouldn't want the player to spend. I think we do this, knockback value. I think we also just directly multiply this by the Noxious Root, because I think that could be pretty fun. And then we'll add that functionality to the augment description. So I could say times noxious root multiplier. We put this here. We go to the noxious roots. It's already there. We divided it by 2, so that should be all right. And this is only for parries. And then I open up the noxious root item, and we edit the description a bit. So slightly increases the damage and effectiveness of parrying. I could say damage knockback and effectiveness, because it will also increase the duration of stuns, I think. Damage, knockback, and effectiveness of parrying. Okay. So let's try it now with the same thing. I don't know if you have a tutorial. It would be nice to talk about scene inheritance. I will definitely do that. I actually started using inherited scenes more often in the past few months, and I do like them, but they're still kind of, I don't know. There are some things I don't like about them, but I'll definitely do a video on that. Actually, let me add it to the list right now because I'm going to forget. There are so many video ideas I have, and a lot of them I really want to do, but the difficult part about it is, really quick, scene inheritance. I still have to like focus on what gets views, unfortunately, which I really hate about. I hate it about like doing this content creation thing for tutorials. It's like I want to do videos that I find helpful and would help people, but if they don't help a lot of people, then they don't get views, they don't do well, and then it's like I'm only helping a couple thousand people, which is still good, but I don't know. And I think that's the reason most Godot channels just do like main menu tutorial and all these basic tutorials. It's because there are so many more beginners than people that need things like that. And I don't want to fall into that. Like, I don't want to have tutorials like that. So I want to do more niche things, but somehow get views on them, which I'm trying to figure out. I think it's going all right, though. You know, it'd be a cool video reviewing others' games code. I know Firebelly did that, and I really liked those videos. And I really want to do it, but it's also very sketchy, because how do you do that? Like, I would only have to do people that I know. Like, I couldn't just put out a hit and say, all right, send me your games, because then that's an easy way to get a virus. I don't know if you have a tutorial on this, but it'd be... Oh, wait, I already read that one. Finally joined the live stream. My class is over. Nice. I keep spawning with the lance. Let me... I feel like most Godot tutorial channels just operate under the model of what can I copy from GWiz. Yeah, GWiz has a tutorial on literally everything, now that I think about it. Let's do this. This way I can start spawning in weapons. I want to make like a full-on development tool. You can buy small games and decompile them. Saw a video on that. Yeah, that Slay the Spire video did go like viral, which was cool. There we go, perfect. But I think that's technically illegal, right? I'm not sure. Alright, so this deals 13 damage. I shouldn't kill this guy. I need to test with him. 13 damage, we get a Noxious Root. That was horrible. I need to... Do you guys think that... Like, how much should it reduce the damage while I'm blocking? Because blocking reduces damage. Or maybe I do reduce the damage a lot, but when you take a hit while you're blocking, also reduce stamina. Okay, so that was 27. I think I multiply the knockback by a lot more. So let me run away from him so I can code that quick. So inside of here, we get Noxious Root multiplier, and then we also multiply this by an additional, like, 3. Let's see how this looks. Oh, that's way too much. Let's do no multiplier then. I wasn't sure how quickly that scaled up. So then let's assume like you have 10 noxious roads. I don't think it's illegal to decompile code as long as you're not implementing any of it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know the legal stuff for that, so. But yeah, I don't know. I saw Firebelly did that kind of thing, and it looked like the video, or the initial video did really well, and then he did another one of them, and it didn't do as well, from what I saw. So I'm wondering if, like, how interested people are in that. I guess it would really depend on the project. Oh, I cannot parry right now. What's the button that spawns infinite random weapons? Asking for a friend. It only works in... Oh my gosh. Okay, we really need to reduce this. Okay, wait a second. It's control backspace, but it only works in the editor. I've seen a good number of your videos. At this point, I think you have a lot of opportunities to make cool videos with this project. Love some tutorials are too compartmentalized. That's the word. Has he found the make AAA game button yet? No, I still can't find it. Where is it in the editor? I have started doing that, though. Like, I did a few videos that were focusing on things I've implemented for this game, and they seem to do pretty well, and they're extremely easy to make because I've already done the work, so I do like that idea, and I'll probably do more of those. Like, I can pump out more of them. Alright, see you later, Rainbow. Thanks for stopping by. Thing about the tutorials is that they just cover the main topic without thinking about expanding it, which really frustrates me at this point. Diagrams, main ideas, and class references are needed. Will be more useful. Yeah, that's the thing with like getting as you get more advanced with Godot and you learn more, you kind of fall into you're more interested on just the structures of things and the best ways to make things like expandable and modular, which I think I have a few videos that like focus more on that pretty well, but like personally I'm really interested in those videos too. It's just like hard to think of ideas from, because it's like I would be making those videos every week if I had enough ideas. I think it's a plugin actually, but they never got it on the asset lib, only on GitHub. Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, the button. I think getting to see small tutorials integrated in a big game helps a lot. Yeah, that's what I noticed, because my like stats tutorial, that's doing insanely well, and I think the main reason is the initial hook. I show off that I'm using it in this project. I think that's a big part of it. Also, just the interest in implementing stats. Let's take the knockback value times noxious root multiplier. I want to say, because I had 10. So divide it by 10 isn't, we'll divide it by 5. And this way we should have a bit more of balanced knockback. Ooh, let's try with the ancient decimator. I haven't tested this weapon yet, but kind of what we were talking about yesterday is I need to shrink all the damage values of the weapons so that they're closer together. That way the rarity of a weapon isn't really just changing the damage, but I need to add something else interesting about the weapon system. Oh, this guy has a haunted hatchet. Okay. Okay, what? I think what happened is I parried the hatchet. Interesting. Okay, 40. I have 3 noxious roots. Let's go to 10 again. Oh, let's go. I got a Maw of Agony. I feel like a lot of people just like RPG stuff too in general. Yeah. And that's another thing that I want to make a tutorial on it eventually, but I don't have a super good system, but just like a really well-structured, modular, like turn-based RPG, or I guess, yeah, I'd have to do turn-based because it's kind of funny, but so many people want to make an Undertale clone that I think that would do really well. And I would want to make a really modular one. Axe looks sick. Just missing the whirlwind attacks. I'll add a whirlwind attack. Maybe I could do that today. Do you think, what if I did like a 1-2-3 combo with the greatsword? So it was like, and then did a spin, and then the spin, maybe you could not combo into another left click, but you could combo into parry, which would give you charge. That might be a bit better. I think that's the way to go. Also, this thing has way too much damage. Yo, thanks for the... I think they look pretty good as well, but glad to see other people like them because I'm not an animator. Okay, parrying is doing a lot of damage. Okay, so I'm dividing I'm dividing the knockback by 5, right? What I should also be doing though is reducing this a little bit. Maybe we do like 2.2 because I still want to keep it noticeable. Now in here, let's not divide this by 5, let's divide this by 3. That way we still have some good knockback. I'd make a great April Fool's video. Oh, that would make a great April Fool's video making an Undertale dialogue system in GDScript, and then you literally write 10,000. Oh, that's a good idea. Wait, I gotta keep that. Or like, you know what would be the best April Fool's video? How to make Pirate Software's is number even function. I want to make a mix of Poe and Boomer Shooter. I don't know what that is. I was thinking last stream it would be cool if each weapon type had its own unique ability that can be used on a cooldown. I like that idea, but it's just a lot of content to add. Or you mean each weapon type? I see. I thought you meant each weapon. Each weapon type, I think I'll do that. Something like an ability system where you actually have to trigger them. But at the same time, I also like the... I want to get the combos, like, working well. Is this not enough knockback? What's going on here? Let's do 10. Let's see what this does. I mean, maybe it's just Barklings. Let me get to a later stage so I can see how it works with Bakunawas. Here's a dictionary of all even numbers in existence. Who needs modulo, right? Exactly. Have you guys seen that meme of the... It's like the Pirate Software meme. It's like an is-even function with just if-else. It's like, I wrote this myself back when I worked at Blizzard. That's another thing, kind of like what I was talking about yesterday, where like coding is so much different than it was years ago. I feel like I can't say that because I wasn't coding, you know, like 30, 40 years ago, whatever it was. But like, you don't have to worry about optimization anymore, and people kind of just code whatever the heck they want, and it works because optimization is not as big of a deal as it used to be. So then you get people that have these crazy, crazy bad habits. I haven't watched a Pirate Software stream ever. I used to watch his videos, but I haven't checked him out in a while. I did hear there was some more drama recently, but I don't know about it. Alright, let me get a Bakunawa to spawn in here. I think as I add more enemies too, I need some more like fodder enemies, because it's only spawning Barklings until like end of stage 2. Or maybe I add, because in addition to just spending currency on enemies and spawning them that way based on their cost, maybe I add some sort of a rate to enemies, and that way I could force it to wait to save up for specific enemies. Or no, it spends it all at the same time, so it's technically a rate built in. Maybe I just have a rate to exit a spawn wave and reset all the current, or refund all the currency. Was that 3,000 or 300? 335. I still optimize though. Like at least with Godot, we get the classic hitches from instantiated objects and shaders. Yeah, that's, I mean, it's still good to optimize. Like I'm definitely an advocate for optimization. But there are a lot of people nowadays that don't agree with that, which is crazy. Looks very smooth and satisfying. Thank you. What's the point of dynamically typed variables if statically typed variables is just better for error catching and efficiency? Okay, this map is a little too bright. Now my camera's horrible. Honestly, I haven't found a good place to use like a dynamic variable where doing it with a static variable isn't like better. But then again, I mean, there's probably a good use case for it. I just don't know one off the top of my head. Because it seems like something that would be really useful. I mean, the thing I can think of initially is like, if I have a, I don't know, a script referencing a hitbox, and maybe I have two different hitbox classes that inherit from hitbox, I'd want to type the variable as just the base class so it can hold both. But maybe taking the same pattern into like different types, I mean, I'm not sure. I haven't really had to use that a lot. I always use static typing unless I'm just quickly, yeah, static typing is, it's good. I use it everywhere too. Oh, I was trying to test out parries, wasn't I? Let's say we can't spawn Barklings on the first stage. Maybe that's how we do it. Dark Woods, we go to the spawn module, we take out everything but Bakanawa. And this caused an error at one point. Hopefully it doesn't cause an error. I think I was referencing the enum in a weird way. Let me get my sword. Okay, we'll say we have 10 stacks of Noxious Root, and we'll wait for a Bakanawa. I'm trying to think of things I could add to the maps to make them more interesting. Right, shoots. No knockback. Can these be knocked back? Yeah, they can. Is your game supposed to be a play until you die, or can you end a run? It's play until you die right now. I'm not sure, because I like the idea of ending the run, but I also don't, because I'm trying to think of like Risk of Rain, which Risk of Rain I'm honestly taking a lot of inspiration from because I love that game. And nobody really beats the boss in Risk of Rain. I feel like everyone just kind of plays until they want to be done. So it's more of like just an arcade game rather than like you go out to complete the run. So I don't know. I do like the idea of adding a boss. I don't like the idea of ending the run forcefully. Maybe that's what I wanted to say. Okay, do you think the parry should have more knockback, guys? Because my initial idea was like it sets you up for being able to charge. I feel like I do more knockback. tend to get lazy with making my functions parameters static, but those don't tend to have multiple use cases like a basic variable. I beat the boss because I don't trust myself to go another loop. Oh, we normally go like 3 or 4 loops. You gotta get your loops up. And also the achievements linked to finishing the game in different ways. Yeah, that's the annoying thing I don't like about Risk of Rain is when I was trying to unlock all the skins, it was like obliterate on stage 8 or 9 or whatever the obliterate portal comes up at. And by the time you get there, you're like, I don't want to obliterate. Like, my run's just getting good. One idea I had for the game was somewhat similar to this, except every time you hit the portal, you started a limited run, and at the end, you actually earn permanent loot that couldn't be equipped for the next runs. That's a good idea. Then you level up the portal for harder runs. This grants better loot for harder runs, but you still get temp upgrades with the runs. That's a good idea. I'm just trying to think of like how much overall progression can I give the player. Because I guess I could do the typical thing and just tie the progression to which augments you have available. Let's add more knockback here. Because if I tie it to which augments you have available, then you're kind of playing a lot initially to just unlock augments, and then your runs get, better. But I don't know if I like that idea. Permanent loop builds a character. But that's the thing, you have to make it like not powerful enough or scale the world with that too. The other thing is maybe it would unlock more options, because another idea I was playing with is quests, because I like the idea of, a really old game that, not super old, but when I was a kid, I played Final Fantasy Explorers because it was on a 3DS and I just had a 3DS, and I loved the idea of you would just kind of do quests, but they all felt like you were kind of doing a run in a way and progressing for that quest specifically. And I also really like Monster Hunter, which has quests. So I'm trying to think of like, could I do a quest system where you could either just go on an infinite run, or you could do a quest that's like, all right, defeat this boss, and you have X amount of stages to progress through. And then the more bosses you defeat and secrets you unlock, the more quests you unlock, which give you more difficult runs or more difficult bosses. Halls of Torment had cool ideas with you being able to store items for next runs, but you need to pretty much trash them for your current run. I kind of like that idea, but like Risk of Rain has one thing like that, but it's like super negligible, I guess. Actual loot like armor, every time the portal's upgraded, the baseline difficulty would increase for that run. I like that idea. I'll have to think about it. Knockback. Okay, so we need to get the stunning thing, because I'm like wasting time here. So for stunning, I can do a similar thing in the behavior tree to what the death sequence is doing. And I would like maybe a state. Let's see. Change state to death. Change state to heal skill is an animation. Change state to... I'm trying to think of how I would trigger this, because I want to do it from the entity. Do like a stun entity for X amount of seconds. Starts a timer. Would that transition into the states, or would the... I think the behavior tree would just always be checking the timer. Yeah, that makes sense. If you played Diablo, it would be something like Greater Rifts. I have not played Diablo. Maybe unlock new characters with different characteristics, like type of characters that have perks when using a different weapon type. That's a good idea. The only issue with that is I don't know how characters, like I want to do different characters, but I don't know how they'll fit into the current game. So I have to figure that out. Like, what would they add that's different than weapons? And if it's just passive abilities, would it make sense to just put those on augments? I'm not sure. Because I would have to make them really interesting. I'm stuck on if I want to use behavior limbo. Yeah, Limbo's more performant than Behave for sure. I think it's really based on how many enemies you want, because in my case, I'm not going to have swarms of enemies, and Behave is working just fine. And even if I do spawn in, like, I don't know, I think I was testing with like 75 enemies, which is a pretty big swarm in my game, which it's never going to happen, but it's still totally fine. So I feel like people get too scared about the whole performance thing with stuff like this. Now, if you're going to have a crazy, like, I don't know, couple thousand enemies, then I would probably use Limbo, but or make your own sort of system. Because at that point, you wouldn't want a behavior tree for each entity, I guess. You'd want to kind of group things together. So if is entity dead, we're going to do a different condition. We can do timer, is timer timed out? And we can say is stun timer timed out. Now we add the stun timer, which I had in... I'm going to not call this attack cooldown timers. I'm just going to call this timers. And then we're going to do a new timer. We're going to call this a stun underscore timer. Does not auto start, does not one shot. Or no, it does one shot. Yeah, it does. Okay, and then we assign that for this one. So if the stun timer is timed out, then we add a parent node to, what is it called, an inverter? And then we say is, or not, is stun timer timed out. And this is something I wish Behave had. If you guys ever saw my video on my Terration plugin, it automatically names nodes based on their values, which I love. It's never going to happen. About 75 enemies. You obviously underestimate your player base. Well, maybe I should keep it as an option, because my idea was like to put a cap on enemies, but maybe it should just scale very slowly. That's probably the best way to do it. I guess I should account for if that ever happens. And the other cool thing, you can optimize Behave pretty easily by just reducing the tick rate, because by default it ticks every frame. You can set this to tick every second if you want. The issue I've run into with that, though, is my enemies have like aiming built into their behavior tree. So if they're ticking very slowly, then they aim slower, and then they never hit you with attacks. So I guess that's something to think about. But if the stun sequence, if we're not stunned, or if we are stunned, then we want to change to the stun state. The cool thing I have is my states are pretty modular. So I can just make a stun state like this. I don't even need a custom script. And then I would just change to the stun blend tree. And we need an animation. I want to make an animation for this today. But we'll do... Where was my thing? Change state to stun. And that's on the state tree, or the state manager. Cool. I want to check the script really quick, because... yeah, we shouldn't be... well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Maybe it's the forced change state that does the thing. Capitalize new state equals get nodes. If not new state, change state to new state. If current state, yeah, we're returning early if it's the same state. That way we don't trigger the enter multiple times. Perfect. I use Limbo, but I barely use it. It kind of just controls the current state, and everything is done through function. I should probably learn it more in depth or ditch it entirely. I don't know. I initially liked behavior trees, but I'm kind of running into that same problem where it's like it controls a lot, but I'm still doing a lot through functions, and it's kind of like a middle ground. I'm not sure how to deal with that. People doing multi-hour runs on Risk of Rain 2. Yeah, that's what I typically do. Yo, what's up, Mars? How's it going? That's an interesting GIF or sticker. Are you going to have 75 enemies on screen at once, or like 10 to 20 and the rest off screen? Because you can always use them the visible. Yeah, I mean, maybe I should give them enablers if they're off screen. because my other idea was kind of similar to that. They're not really processing that much. Like, they don't really need to process a lot other than the behavior tree. So what I could do is just set the tick rate lower based on their distance from the player. So I could say, like, you know, tick rate equals distance to player divided by probably like 100, and that would probably fix my issues if I ran into optimization issues. It's going to, I have been running for city council, so I haven't touched any real dev. Dang, that's cool. I feel like that's a lot more important than game dev, so definitely not a bad thing. That sounds really stressful, though. How's that been? We're changing to a state and assuming it has an animation, but I don't have that blend tree created yet. So let's make that. Is this immediate? Yeah. And that can go, I mean, death can't go out of anything. I'll just put it up here. So we'll do a new blend tree. We'll call this stun underscore blend tree. And I want to connect this with immediate. We can go from idle back to stun. And this, I guess it technically needs an output. Look, for now, I'm just going to give it a basic animation. Say death east. That way we can test this. And the only thing, I guess, is in the entity class, they'll have that stun function. So this is where we'll trigger it, and then it will just require a reference to whichever timer you want to use for the stun. I'm just way more comfortable controlling everything through code. When I find the engine has a feature I was trying to code conveniently baked into it, feels suspicious. Yeah, I have the same thing. Let's remember we are a small town, and there's kind of the old guard, and those of us who moved here more recently want to change and progress. Interesting. Yeah, it sounds like a lot. Definitely wouldn't be me. That's really cool. I think an on-screen enabler could do more than behave tick rate, stuff like start animations or visibility. Well, the thing is, yeah, I would just have to still have them move towards the player, which isn't that difficult. I just put the enabler on something else, like apart from the movement code. I'm not sure. You can use the on-screen enablers for visual and actions and only run. Yeah, I guess I just read that. I'll look into that. Maybe performance tests, because right now there's no performance issues. And I was even testing on. I have my old laptop at my mom's, so my younger brother, plays on that laptop, and it's a really bad laptop, and it can still run the game completely fine. So I think it's all right. I want to have a function in here, so we'll do an export reference. Let's see, auto move inside stats, perfect dodge, hurt box. Let's put it under here. So we'll do export var stun timer, and then I want a function for this. So do I have? I mean, I guess we just put it like around this area. Where am I using get class name? What the heck? What is this? This is old. Does Godot have a get class name function yet? Because I know this is a custom thing I used to put in projects. Function, we'll do start, we'll do apply, stun. We do require a duration, and we'll say if not stun timer, then I just want to print an error. So we'll say print error. Stun timer not initialized, return, and then we'll start the stun timer. What else do I need to do? I mean, it'll handle the rest. So duration needs to be, it needs to take the stun resistance into account, which is something I want to put in stats. But I think this will just work. And you should be able to stun enemies out of attacks as well. So let's apply the stun timer on the Barkling. And then I have to go back to my, wherever it was, Dark Woods, Map spawner, add the other enemies in here. Actually, we'll keep it as just sparkling so that we can test this. I need to make some more coffee in a minute. Stun timer already exists in parent class entity. What? Oh my gosh. That's a very rare bug. What the? Wait a minute. Stop the game. That's an extremely rare bug. I defined a stun timer so long ago. That's crazy. And I'm adding it manually. Okay, well, we can take this out, because this was just for the Barkling. This needs to be a debuff. Stun should not be a debuff. That's wrong. Neckbreak received to stun entity. Super, we don't need that. State machine. Why do I have a state machine reference? Why do I have all these references? I don't need this. Get the heck out of here. Yeah, I don't need those references, do I? I feel like I don't. Also, someone mentioned, I think it was Tudor, mentioned that the mouse cursor was really big. And that's something that I need to figure out because it's a texture for mouse cursors. So I think I just store a few different sizes for the mouse and then base it off of your resolution. But I totally forgot about that. Oh, I didn't apply it. Bro. I guess I'm tired. We have to actually call the function, believe it or not. So what was it called? Exactly. Apply stun. We're going to do a duration of 3 seconds for fun. So we apply knockback, and then we do attacking entity dot apply stun. 3.0 save. Run the scene. I wanted to play some Monster Hunter Stories before stream, but I ran out of time. Which Monster Hunter Stories, the third one, is really fun. I'm really enjoying it. Where are the enemies, bro? I should have enemies spawn next to the player. That would make more sense. Or like get all the players, because I need to think about multiplayer too. Just the average position around that area. Is there any up here? No. There we go. Okay, did he get stunned? What happened? What happened? No errors. Did he enter the state? Stun plays stun blend tree. Is it just exiting too quickly? What's going on here? I mean, we have to advance automatically at end. That's one thing I forgot to do. Do I not have a way to transition back? I guess we test this first. Yeah, I should do that. Well, you know what? Actually, I think I have a debug option for the state manager already. I think I literally implemented that. Let's check. Yeah, debug mode. Not sure if it's gonna reload, but see what this looks like. What did you create the sprites with? Blender and Pixel Over. I think I have a video on that, or a couple videos on it. But I definitely did a video on like the whole process of making the Barkling. So that could give you some ideas if you want to check it out. Okay, well, what's going on here? I want to run this in embed mode, that way I can debug it more easily. Now the cool thing we can do with behave, which I really like about, whoops, it's the wrong scene, is I can go to the visualizer. And we can see just what the sparkling is doing. All right, so what do we got here? Main selector, where's my stun? Stun sequence. So we're checking to see if it ever enters this section. First, I need to find him, which might take longer than I want. Okay, there's the debug thing going on, so we might be able to see what's happening. Was that 3 seconds? I'm not watching this. Let's see if it ever triggers. When you make a ball testing room with dummies, so you don't have to generate one and search for enemies. That's a good idea. I really I've done that in other games. Somehow I've gone this long without a dummy room. Maybe I set that up really quick. Yeah, it never even enters that. Is it starting the timer? Like, what's going on here? If not stun timer, return early. Print error, so we're not getting that. Stun timer.start. What's up with the timer? One shot. Auto start. Where's my stun section? It can only do this sequence if not timer is timed out. So if the timer's running, changes to stun. We know it's changing to the stun state. Does it have to wait until it's not in the stun state? Well, it's already doing that. It's already waiting until it's not in the stun state, because if the timer's going, it will just end here. Oh man, my neck. Interesting. Why could that be the issue? Custom Godot node icons, yes. I have a video on that too, but you just put @icon at the top of your class script and give it the file path. Okay, well, how else could I debug this? Because we know it... I wonder if it's something to do with my animation tree. I mean, if it goes to this, it goes back to walking. If not stun. Change state to stun. Is there anything else going on in here? No. Maybe I make a dummy world while I think. We'll call it just test map. Change type to the map class. What do they call it? World. Test, no song, increase stages visited, reset player currency, show player HUD, hide UI difficulty, no. Create UI stack manager, sure. And then we give it... Just copy all this stuff. I guess we do need a terration processor. We don't even need to run it though. Free tile calculation is going to be the ground. Blocked tile layers is going to be the trees wall. Well, actually, I could just check this quick. Trees wall and trees wall top. Cool. Generate randomize. Spawner module. Processor. Specific enemies will do just Barkling works. Entity's parent is here. Navigation regions here. Terration processor is here. Process signaler, no special flags. Let's put it in worlds, wherever worlds is. Let's call it test map. Oh wait, I already have a test map. What the heck? Have I not been using my... I guess we'll call this test map 2. Do I have a test map? Are you kidding me? Classic. All right, interesting. Well, now we should be able to just run the test map. This seems pretty small. Okay, he's in the stun animation. What's going on? Or he's in the stun state. But how is he not playing the animation? Is it a naming thing? Stun underscore blend tree. Let's make sure this is named exactly the same. What the heck? I'm not parrying now. I think I need a cup of coffee. I need to think about this. He's in the stun. The names are the same. He should be playing the stun blend tree. What's going on? Let's check the state. So enter state if animation state machine and enter animation state machine equals playback, which is assigned from the state machine module. Travel call deferred enter. What's the animation he's playing? The one where he's falling? Sounds like he's doing this animation over the stun. Yeah, so he needs to play the death animation. I just did death east, and he's not switching to it. Oh, you know what? You know what it is? It could just be that it has priority. Is it even able to travel like that? Okay, this is where my lack of sleep comes in. Let's reorganize this, which, by the way, this needs a better editor eventually. He's in the dive animation. He can't travel to this. So we need the option to just be able to do that. And I don't think it'll happen from get up, but we might as well make the connection. Like that. There we go. This should work. Yep. And then he's stunned until the timer. Perfect. Okay, that works. Thank you for that comment. That made me connect the dots. Cool. So now we make a stun animation, which I want it to be a loop. And I don't really need an enter, like a transition into it. Literally just a loop. Luckily, that's super easy to make. So I'm going to push this quick because we've made a lot of changes. Before adding stun animations. And I'm going to grab a cup of coffee, grab some water, and I'll be right back. And I think I have a... Wait, let me see. Yeah, I have this. Okay, 1 second. All right, we're back. So, stun animation. Let's get this created. Shouldn't be too quick, but I'm going into Blender quick. Or should be too quick. Did I say shouldn't? This shouldn't take too long. I just need to do like a little... I want him to like spin a little. Let's open... Let's see. Project files, Blender, enemies, Barkling. Please. Open. Let's go. Alright, what do we got here? I think if I just copy from... We got action editor. I should be able to just copy from like the idle animation. Frame 1. It's lagging a bit. That's okay. Is my camera okay? Crap, am I lagging? Wait a minute, this might be jittery. Yeah, I'm definitely jittering around. Okay, I need to close something. So let's save Godot. And let's close that. Okay, still lagging. Interesting. Well, that's better. Maybe it's just I can't have Godot and Blender open. Okay, I think it's fixed. Yeah, looks okay. All right. So idle. Video card is getting hot. Oh yeah. No, I need a new computer, like bad. Let's duplicate from this. We're gonna call this Barkling. What did I say? Barkling underscore stun. Save it. We will delete all these keyframes. Does anyone remember? Do you put? I think you put frame 1 on 1, and then you put the last frame if you want it to loop after 30, right? So I kind of just want him to spin around. So we'll do like, I mean, we'll start with the base. OBS, Blender, Godot. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. I really just want to get like a really nice computer, just drop like 5K or something, but definitely not with this graphics card or RAM shortage. So we'll put it like about a third. How many frames do I got? I don't know, about here. I can't really rotate the whole thing. Oh my gosh. What? Are these parented to the... Oh my word. Don't forget Chrome 2. Yeah. These bones are parented to the base. That really sucks because I can't change that right now. These ones should be parented to the middle, or a child of the middle. Okay, that's okay. Maybe I just have him lean full into it. So like this, and then by here he would be rotated more like that. And then I would want to copy this pose. paste it here. Does anyone remember how to do looping animations in Blender? This is going to make me mad. You could do just more of like it leans back and glows white with a swirly icon above them. I will definitely do like some sort of effect that's universal, but I want them to be animated. Oh, if I had a good IK setup for this would be a lot easier. Does anyone know how to do looping animations? Why are they so hard? Like it slows down towards the end. How do you fix that? Cyclic animation? I'm going to ask AI because this is going to absolutely annoy me. Blender, how to make a looping animation correctly because it slows down around the loop point. Well, that's what I have, is it's past the end, but like it has this acceleration issue. The end frame should be the frame before the start frame. Yeah, that's what it is right now. Is it something with the interpolation mode? Because like this interpolates to there. This doesn't have any cross interpolation. This eases in, I'm assuming. No, not ping pong. Because AI says I want linear. I don't think that's what I want. T? See, I mean, this is kind of what I want because now it doesn't have the slowdown over the loop point. So why on earth, if I do Bezier, like it feels like the entry point. You guys see what I'm talking about? Is it just me? It like stops at the end, even though this frame is passed. It shouldn't have that kind of entry point. Do I maybe do these ones as linear? Set the end frame. Well, if I set it too far ahead, it'll jitter, right? I mean, there's not really any jitter. Also, you can't notice the jitter if I render this to pixel art, so maybe that's the idea. I've been working all day on the next update for my card add-on, and I finally got to use the validate property you mentioned in the videos. Nice. Yeah, validate property is OP. Okay, so now I just want to start rotating the rest of his body. And I'll work with the other axis in a second. I think that works. And then we just do rotate this down. Whoops. think that should be about there. It still has that acceleration thing. Really wish I could figure out why that happens. Maybe it's like my animating style or something. Okay, so now we'll move the arms. Actually, let's do the other axis. What do I have selected? Could I do something like this, maybe? And then when he goes forward, I would rotate this to about there. For this, can I like give it a or circular? That's not what I wanted. Let's do cubic. This is way too stuttery at the end. Can I have this like ease out maybe? Is that how I do it? Easing, ease out. Would it be ease in? Where's ease in out? And then how do I do it here? These two, easing mode. These would ease out. And I think if I bring this closer, maybe. I mean, it's not what I had in mind, but it'll work. I think it's like this part. Like right here, it needs to be rotated back more. It's just not fluid. I don't know why it's jittering around so much. Um, yeah, it's closer to what I want. Yeah, we'll just go with that. I'll do the legs after I do the arms quick. Doesn't need to be perfect. So let's animate this arm. You know what, couldn't I just copy all these? Copy pose, paste pose, insert. Okay. Okay, the easing mode was getting messed up. So let's do... something like that. Just give it some movement. This one isn't moving enough. Let's give it some back and forth movement. I think that's okay. Do this quick. I mean, that's all right. That's fine for the arms. So we'll just do the legs quick. Which honestly might be pretty tricky. So let's say like this one. Well, maybe we could just do the, let's do like the contact point. So like here it would be rotated like this. Here it would be rotated about here. Yeah, it won't be that hard. It's just keeping the legs on the ground. That's the main thing. You know, I have to say I have Frontier Fiber, and I have to say it runs dang good. I run 2 game servers on it, a website, and a bunch of different projects. Plus, my 4 kids all play games in it, and my wife will work on it. Dang, that's cool. I have I don't even know what kind of Wi-Fi I have, but I'm in an apartment, so it's not the greatest. They claim it's like 300 megabits a second, and usually gets around 150. Right, let's look at the back legs quick. Oh, we only have one back leg. Well, we have this one. Let's do this one. Curious about your work experience before you went full-time indie. I'm not full-time indie. Let's keep this leg. Well, actually, I can just pull it up, can't I? You rock the 32 megabits a second. That's crazy. That's actually diabolical. All right, that should be it for the legs. We'll just look at them quick. I mean, what do you guys think? I wish I could make them smoother, but I have no clue how to do that in Blender. Because I hate Blender. I think it's okay. Let's work with it. So now we get to the fun parts where I can actually add commentary again. So we go to end of ordeal, project files, objects, Acquiesced. No, not Acquiesced. Barkling. We apply animation, overwrite. We open Pixel Over. Love the tree. Thank you. Also, how's it going, Danny? Wait 1 second. Okay, let's see. Hopefully my palette didn't break. So we go to Barkling Pixel Over. Please work, please work, please work. Yes! Okay, it looks okay. Now we should have another animation. So I think what we do is... we duplicate this one. And then we call it Barkling underscore stun. And then for the animation, we select Barkling stun. And then the position, I think it got switched to percentages. Let me check. Scene, Barkling stun. Yeah, it is 1.2. I mean, that looks okay, right? It's a little jittery, but I think it's fine. I think it looks pretty good. We'll use that for the stun animation. So let's go to project, export. We'll export this to the Barkling folder. File name is stun, PNG. Separated layers we don't need. Transparent background, full canvas. Animation, we enable it. Apply speed, we don't combine animations. We only pick the stun. We say a separate folder. 3D rotation, 8 directions. Sprite sheet, files. Let's do that. Looks awesome. Preview it from game camera angle. I'll put it in the game right now. Okay, so what do we got here? Barkling underscore, or stun underscore Barkling underscore stun. What the heck? All right, the file names are all whack, but it looks like it turned out correctly. So let's open it up. Also, I think my camera got messed up again. Oh, I gotta close Blender, otherwise I'm gonna have crazy leg spikes. Okay. So I want to go to my file system, find the texture, which is where? Barkling underscore stun. So we'll call the folder just stun. And then we call these barkling underscore stun underscore TD1, I guess. So it'll be barkling underscore stun underscore T underscore dir. And then we copy this part, dir1. And then we do dir2. Does anyone know of like a file renaming tool? You want to make the start end frame smoother? Yes, I do. I desperately want that. And I don't know how to do it in Blender because Blender cyclic animation just doesn't work for some reason. Adding a T modifier or whatever doesn't work. Doing the easing types doesn't work. Doing different curves doesn't work. Offsetting the frames doesn't work, so I don't know how to do it. Let's do this quick though. So these textures look all right. We got 15 frames. Is that what I just saw? 16 frames, maybe. So the way I have to import these is first disable the animation tree because that's a glitch. Make a new animation. I can't have a shader selected. Sprite frames, we call this stun underscore south. And then I want to make a few of these. So stun underscore southwest, stun underscore west, stun underscore northwest, stun underscore north, northeast, east, and southeast. Then we fill these out. Maybe you need more keyframes. Keyframes might do it. I think it's like the easing type. I mean, keyframes will definitely help the smoothness when he's like spinning around. So I just do procedural animation for everything. Have you considered just driving a spiral through the spine? Might look good. Well, that would be awesome. I would love to do that. Do you have a tutorial? I really need to get better at animating. Like I need to know all these different tricks and stuff. But the cool thing is, I'm not doing this with pixel art. I'm just rendering it, so I can redo these animations whenever I want. What am I on? East, south, southeast, southwest. It will be this one. No, that's the wrong one. Is it direction 6? Yeah. There we go. Okay, so north is 4. Northeast is this one. Northwest is this one. South is the first one. No, it's not. It's the last one. Southeast is this one. And we have west. Cool. So then now that I have these here, I just put them in the animation player, which I want to duplicate from a looping animation. So I guess I'll do walk, or we'll do idle. Start with idle south. And this is why I handle it this way, because all I do is swap out this to be stun south. And the animation should just work. I think it looks okay. I think having the frame by frame kind of cancels out the jitter that I was experiencing in the interpolated 3D animation. So that's good. So then we just duplicate this idle. Whoops. No, wait, did I duplicate this? I don't think I duplicated it. Idle south. I need to duplicate and do stun underscore south. That's what I missed. There we go. So then I duplicate to stun underscore southwest, and then we fill all these out. And then there's only one more time where I have to handle all the directions. That will be on the blend space. Northeast. I'm getting faster at this, that's for sure. Okay, so we have all the animation setups. Then we go to the blend tree in the animation tree. And I go to the stun blend tree. Now we can turn this into a blend space 2D. And then we go timescale to the output. And then I open an editor. We can make this one discrete. We don't need to sync it. Doesn't really need to be synced. And then we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. This is stun west. Wherever it is. Where is it? There it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stun east. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one is south. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is north. And then it's 3 on the other axes, so this is northeast. This is northwest. And then we got, what, southeast? No, that's wrong. Oh boy. All right, this one's southeast. I have to change this one to southwest. Cool. So we should have, if we enable the animation tree, we can now transition into stun. Perfect. So last thing I need to do is set up the... Oh, wait a second. This doesn't need to be at end. Yeah. And this shouldn't be automatic either. So I need to find the blend space, like the path to it. So we go stun, blend space, position, copy property path. We go to our advanced animation module. And anim blend position paths, we do stun underscore blend tree and give it the path. Okay. I think that just works. I think I got everything covered. So let's test it quick in mini view. Oh, you know what? I want to run my test map. And I'd like to get a sword like this. I didn't parry it. Also, I think he has a bunch of mushrooms. Oh. Didn't parry it again. I guess I gotta practice my parries, guys. There we go. Okay, so that's one issue. He doesn't apply friction, I guess. So easy way to solve that is we go to the Barkling, we go to the movement module, and we can set movement types for each node in the blend tree. So I can just say stun underscore blend tree and disable movement when he's stunned. And that should fix it. So I'm not sure if editing that will do like a reload, hot reload or whatever. somehow he missed me. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So stunning works. Do we do an effect really quick for the stuns? Do like a visual effect. I really just want like stars circling around him. I think that would be kind of fun. Let's see if we can do that in Pixel Composer quick. Oh, did I save this? That's not good. I don't know if I saved that. So, Pixel Composer, if I want some stars circling around, first thing I would do is draw a shape. And I think there are some star shapes. I could use this, I guess. You know what, let me do the shape manually. This would be about, what, 12 by 12? Something around here. We have our palette. What color would these stars be? Probably yellow. I think I like that. Then we're going to save it in effects. Actually, we have to save this in project files, don't we? So Pixel Composer, stun effects. I've named that wrong. Stun star underscore t.png. So now we can use this if we go to the image, give it project files, Pixel Composer, stun effect, star. And I guess the way to circle these would be, I wonder if I could do like a path follow or something. Is there a follow path? Oh, progress. Interesting. Let me do a circle, I guess. Oh my gosh, guys. Pixel Composer is so intuitive. I love this. Now, the only thing is, how do I make the surface like normal? How do I just do like a canvas? Do I literally just type a canvas? Dimensions are 32 by 32, so if I blend this with this guy. Make the path inside the, yeah, how do you do this? I don't know how to just scale the range of a texture. Because I want to keep the pixel size the same. That's the anchor for the path. Because it's based on the size of the of the texture. Do I transform it after I blend it? Like, do I do this and then plug this one into here? Like this. Yeah, that works. So I just need a canvas. Cool. So let's make the canvas a bit bigger. That we're on 96 by 96, so whoops, not that. The undo button, I'm realizing, doesn't really work in Pixel Composer, so you have to manually type everything in. It's a good note. So can't I do this? Oh, you know what? I can just add padding on an image. Wait, that makes so much more sense. I could just give it IRTB. I don't know what that stands for. Can I just do like 20 padding on each side? There we go. So then if I duplicate this and make like 2 stars, and then I could also scale this image down. Okay, well now, why is it doing that? Maybe this is, oh no, it just got moved. Oh, you know what I did? I scaled the canvas. I'm stupid. I need to somehow scale just the sprite, but keep the canvas. So can I do the same thing? Can I do a path follow? But then can I do this path into there? And then give it the same star. And then how do I like invert the progress? So this is getting the path progress with an expression. So what if I, well maybe what if I did this? What if I duplicate it? And then we do position out. Can I do path progress divided by 2? That's not it. Times 2? That goes faster. Is progress like a float? Needs more stars, said the restaurant owner with a low Yelp rating. I've never even gone on Yelp. Do people even use Yelp? Like, what the heck is it? What do you guys think progress is? Project.progress. What do you think it is? How about +2? +2. Interesting. +2 doesn't do anything. Progress of the animation as a float, I'm assuming, right? So, like, would it be 0 to 1, or would it be in frames? Let's try +15. Because we have 30 frames. Position in the path. +0.5? Oh, that's it. +0.5. Yeah, so it's 0 to 1 then. Okay, that makes sense. So then we can blend these together. Now we have 2 stars. Look at that. We're getting somewhere. Let's move the path. Oh, if we do this, we have to move both paths. Oh, that's okay. We can. Well, I do kind of want to center this. Oh, that's good enough. Whatever. 2 stars, guys. Let's go. This is called Pixel Composer. I actually love it. But it's like the first time you do something, it's usually really difficult to figure it out. And then it's just so intuitive after that. Oh, I should save this so I don't lose my progress. Stun. Effect. There we go. It does have quite a few bugs though. So it's a little finicky to work with sometimes. So from this, I want to do a few things. I feel like I've heard of a shimmer filter. No, I can't do that. So let's look at the filters. I think there was like maybe some cool things we could do. I know I liked the smear, maybe it was. No, it wasn't that one. It was like a trail. Let's search for trail. Might be this one. And if we set the max life to like 1. Nope. That's now a rotating loaf of bread. That is not what I want. Let's try something else. I know there was Spherize might look kind of cool. That way it gives us a little bit more of the... I think if I reduce the strength... So the problem with this is it's giving us like edges. I just want to like... Oh, I could animate that. That would be kind of cool. You know what I'm saying? That kind of a thing. It's giving us like these artifacts around. I could blend those out, so that's okay. Let's do this though. let's animate that value. So if we're here, and I take rotation from 0, we should be able to key this in. How do I key this in? Toggle animation. Oh, it's rotating around the wrong way. Wait a minute. Let's go this way. Why is it rotating that way? Some nausea-inducing even. Let's do a little bit of variety here. I also want to do, on top of this, we will blend this with a skirt. So I can do a circle. What's the best way to do this? And then we can take the circle and increase the scale of it. Until it's like right about there. And then we can cut this out from a rectangle, right? So we could do... Well, actually, is there a blend mode where I could just do difference? Like I could say blend mode is multiply, yeah, right? And then I just reduce the scale a little. Cool. I think that works. So now we got our stars. Now from here, we want some sort of a shine. So is there like a bevel kind of thing we could do? And then we could use this with the palette. I'm thinking 2? No, 2's not enough. So that way we can posturize this. And I might want to just posturize after. But we want to posturize from a palette, which I have. So if I go to palettes, expanded palette, and then we do surface out, palette extract. Why did it not like that? Hello? Is it palette extract? Extract palette from image. Yeah, this is it. Surface in, image, expanded palette. Okay, it doesn't like that for some reason. What if we set max colors to 100? Try it one more time. Now it liked it. Okay, I guess this is just a bug. That's fine. We will just manually posturize, I guess. So I want this color, which is... This is the hex code. Whoops, not this program. And the palette we are doing is... this thing. And then we're taking white. Whoop. White needs to be like a brighter color, maybe. Like that. And then we do not want to posturize alpha. And I think if we increase the contrast here... Whoops, not. Color adjust contrast. That's what we want to do. There's like a sweet spot here. 0.5. It's a little less. 0.48. 0.47. That's where it is. So now I have little highlights. And I also, should I add something else to this, or do we feel like that's enough? Maybe like a effect in the background? Well, let's see how this looks. Let's see how this looks. So we can now do a sprite sheet, render sprite sheet. And we have quite a few frames. So I think I want to do frame step as 2. That looks like a good amount. And then we just export it. And we go to textures, effects, stun effects. We export it as stun effect underscore t underscore dot png. Export on save. Perfect. Now we put it into Godot. So I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. Do I really need a scene for it? I mean, I might as well make a scene for it. We'll just call it stun effect. All it needs is an animated sprite. Actually, we'll just use a regular sprite. We don't need to go that crazy. Well, actually, we'd have to control it with an animation player, so let's do an animated sprite. So we will find textures, effects, stun effect. Let's auto slice. That looks wrong. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16 maybe? $15. Autoplay FPS was 30. Or was it lower? Let's do 20. That's another thing. The FPS in my game is all over the place, but I think it's totally okay. Now, maybe I do an enable disable kind of thing. So what if I did... In the entity script, which I just realized I may need to reload VS Code, I want to signal when I'm stunned and when I'm recovered from stunned. So we can say signal, entity is stunned, and then we can say signal, entity, I'm going to just call it recovered from stun. Now, when we're stunned, which is here, if we don't have a stun timer, so I want to say entity stunned.emit. Oh my gosh, how do I accept that? Now, in the ready function, wherever I'm connecting, we'll do it right here. We'll say if stun timer dot timeout dot connect to entity recovered from stun dot emit. So then we can react to this from the stun effect. So if I give the stun effect a script, we'll put it in effects, stun effect. And really all this would need to do is, we'll say func ready. It would say scale equals vector 2.0. I'm going to zoom in so you guys can see. We're going to say var scale tween, which is a tween. And I can scale the stun effect node directly, so that doesn't really matter. Now, in the ready function, we also want to say var, we'll do an onReady var owner entity, we'll set equal to owner as entity. So now here, we can say var set stun enabled to enabled, which is a bool, and we'll say scale tween equals utilities. I have a reset tween function, which requires a reference to the tween to kill, which is the scale tween, and then the node that we're attaching it to, which is self. And then I can say scale tween dot tween property self scale. Let's see, vector 1 if enabled, x vector 2 for 0.2. That looks good. And then in the ready function, I say owner entity dot entity stun connect to set stun. Where is it? Set. Why was that throwing an error? Okay, then we'll say dot bind true. And we'll do the same thing, but we're going to bind false. And then we'll do entities recovered from stun. So then we have a completely reactive module here, which I like. And then we can just chuck it into the Barkling. So I'm going to put it in the visual folder. We'll instantiate the stun effect and just drag it right. Well, actually, I want to test with the stun animation. It's probably going to be right about there. Cool. And now's the fun part. We test it out. Okay, interesting. There's that glitch again. The quit button was like super big. Why does that happen? It's so weird. I don't understand that part. Wait for some enemies to spawn. I also wanted to get around to making a scythe weapon today, but I'm not sure if that'll happen. Oh my gosh, guys, it looks great! Should I do like a, like they take more damage if they're stunned? Or I feel like they would already take more damage because they're stunned, you know? Maybe that's not required. So I do need a stun power, though. And that's another thing I just noticed. Okay, so a couple things we got to change is when the entity dies. So I want to say owner entity dot entity, what is it, health depleted, stats component dot health depleted dot connect. So we hide it when the entity dies if they're stunned. Can you prolong the stun? So you mean like having a longer stun value, or having an effect that literally prolongs the stun while it's active? Because I think I want both. My chair's so heavy, what the heck? So maybe I have stun power. No, like the stun combo. Okay, I guess I'm still confused. What else was I going to change just now? Also, I kind of want to add an outline. Is that crazy? Like that. Stunning a stunned enemy, so it's stunned again, and the stun timer resets. Oh yeah, you can do that because it's just based on a timer. So the stun function starts the timer at a value. So if you stunned a stunned enemy, I guess it would just override the stun but keep them stunned. I wonder if it should add it though. Maybe that would get too overpowered. So we got to figure out the calculation for how long the stun gets applied. I think the way to do that is first I want to push. So say git add dash dash all, git commit dash m stun effect, git push. Nobody ever complained about being OP. Do I add it? Let's add it. Start timer. Duration. So we could do duration plus stun timer dot time left. There we go. Because right now you technically can't stun entities without parrying, so this won't ever happen. But I will be adding skills that do stun, so I might as well reuse the feature. So in the stats components, maybe I have stun power and stun resistance. Or maybe just stun resistance. Or maybe just not any of those. If I remake a Doom mod that's using non-copyrighted assets, all right to pull off with the... Wait. if I remake a Doom mod that's using non-copyrighted assets, all right to pull off with Godot? I'm not sure. Where was my noxious root? What is the description? Slightly increases the damage, knockback, and effectiveness of parrying. Okay, so effectiveness, I guess, would be the stun. So let's say, what if I did a base... I think a base 2.5 stun rate. And then if I added the noxious root multiplier, which noxious root multiplier is 0.5, right? Divided by 2.2. So let's keep this at 2, so it's easier to think about. Augment stack, that would just be 5. 5 seconds if you have 10. Let's divide that by 2 one more time. Exactly what I was thinking. Cool. When balancing my game, I would always try to make it fair and difficult. Once playtesters got their hands on it, they just wanted to feel powerful. Now the game is easy to me, but players enjoy the power. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, you kind of have to make things like broken at some point for people to really enjoy it and feel like they're breaking the game. Okay, well that just killed him. Which makes me feel like I should just buff this even more. Like, do I really need to divide by or times by 0.5? Let's go and let's just split the difference. It's 2.8. Honestly, I think that's pretty good. Yo, what's up, Don? Just discovered channel, find tutorials helpful. Thanks, glad they're helpful. You know what I could just do in the stun effects? Instead of binding owner entity stats health depleted to set stun enabled, we're going to bind it to Q free. Yeah, I think they're looking all right. Oh, what happened there? Y sort issue. Ah, I see. Oh, that's what I was going to add, and I totally forgot. Just regular blocking needs to work slightly differently. Oh, I can't parry now. What's going on? Nice. So currently, let's look at blocking. We have Greatsword base. Defense buff, it gives you a 50x defense buff, which is kind of crazy. If stun attacks, I imagine a situation where there's a big enemy and swarm of little ones, so you stun the big one multiple times to buy some time to deal with the little ones, because you can't kill it right away. Oh, if stun stacks. I read that as attacks somehow. Yeah. I like that idea too, and I think I'll just add that with augments in some way. Have an augment that applies stun somehow. I'll have to think about that. I have like 10 really interesting augments written down that I need to implement, and I want to do it by the end of the week. But we'll see how that goes. So 50x defense multiplier is a little crazy. I feel like we do 10. Well, let's... 20. How much does it have? 10. Let's try 15. But one thing I want to do is when the player is blocking, I think I want it to consume stamina. And I think I can do that through the state, honestly. That's probably the best place to do it. So kind of what happens is we enter the state, the blocking state, and it will add the blocking buff, the defense buff, and the blocking debuff, which debuff is the slow the character down. Now, I feel like if we get hit while we're blocking, I just consume stamina. So what I could do with that is when we enter the state, maybe I make that connection. So I say owner entity dot stats actually, do I have a damage? No, it's in the stats component dot damage taken dot connect to on damage taken. Now we'll make this on damage taken. I think we emit this with damage, which is a float. Exiting state. What is this? Well, I don't want to do that. That's an interesting idea that AI popped up, but I don't want to do that. So we'll say if exiting state, we're going to return. Now, what I want to do instead of here is get var percentage health float, which, how do I get that? It's usually from Hurtbox. Oh, you know what it's from? It's from the damage number. Which I think I still have this in global. This is disgusting. Create damage number, damage taken, max HP. I'm just copying this. So percentage health equals, this is a float. Clamp damage taken, which is just damage. Divided by max HP, which this would be owner entity dot stats component dot current max health. And then what I could do is just reduce their stamina by that. So I could say owner entity dot, do I have a helper function for consuming stamina? I have a setter for it. That's okay. It's okay, my damage numbers are in a global auto as well. I put it in there so long ago, it should just be a like a factory constructor, I don't know. Owner entity dot stats component, I guess we're doing it this way. We'll say current, no, we just call stamina, that's what it is. And then we just say what would it be? Minus equals 1.0 divided by owner entity dot stats component dot current max stamina times percentage of health. And then when we do this, if the stamina, so we do a check, we say if owner entity dot stats dot stamina is less than or equal to 0, then if that's the case, we should force exit the state, right? No, maybe we just remove the buff. Do you sell any ready-made resources or templates? I'd love to buy them. Your work is top quality. I don't. I have thought about that, and I think I want to... Well, I mean, one thing I technically do sell is a map generation plugin, which is the thing I'm using for this game. It's only available to, like, channel members, YouTube channel members, and Patreons. So if you're looking to get that, like a map generation thing, I guess that would be available. But other than that, all my stuff is free as tutorials, so you just have to implement it yourself. But I might make a course eventually and just do the whole course thing. I just want to pack like as much information as possible into it, and I'd want to make the course cheaper because I was looking on whatever it is, Udemy, and all the courses are just so overpriced, and they're all AI, like AI thumbnails, AI outline, everything. It's just such a scam. So I don't want to do that at all. If this is the case, well, first of all, exiting the state, I want to disconnect this. Damage taken dot disconnect. Now, I can call this here, and I think that would work. So then we don't get a blocking buff if we run out of stamina. And now we also want to check this when we add the blocking buff. So we only want to do this if owner stats stamina is greater than 0. Let's make the blocking buff 20. Or we'll make it 25. We'll just split it in half. I think that'll work. Now, I think for removing stat buffs, yeah, it'll just pass if it can't find the buff, so that should be good. So now we consume stamina when blocking, only if we get a successful block. So I can hold this. I should take... Okay, I did not take any stamina. Still didn't. Do I have any errors? No, I don't. If exiting state. Maybe I just say print stamina reduced by that. So this is what I like about using AI to code for autocomplete, stuff like that, is that print statement I just added, I didn't even need to format it. It's perfect for little debugging things like that. Where's the enemy? He's got to be up here. Maybe I should make this test map a bit smaller. Alright, I want to stun him quick. I want to test this feature. Cool. So let's see what we got. The message. Stamina reduced by 0.0002. Okay, so my math was wrong with this. 1 divided by max stamina. Oh, do I have to multiply this by 100? .02. How would I get the percentage of that? If I wanted to reduce the stamina by the same percentage. Because I got, I'm overthinking this, right? So I'd want to say max stamina times 1%, 0.01. And then I just multiply that 1 by the percentage of max HP, which is damage divided by current health times 100. I need to multiply this by 100. Yeah. I should be able to just do that. Where's my Barkling? Is he stuck? There he is. So it's based on the HP you take. I think it should be double that. So if I just multiply it by 50, well, actually, this will make more sense in my head. Dividing this whole thing by 2. Or multiplying the whole thing by 2. So the next thing to test is what happens when we're blocking a ton of stuff and our stamina reaches 0. So I have to do a little bit of a run for this one. Gotta find some enemies. I sure hope I'm not playing Ring Around the Rosie with the enemies. So I think the buffs that we did to the Greatsword Charge yesterday are pretty good. It definitely makes me want to use the charge more often because it's like 8 times the regular slash damage, and it's quick enough where it actually matters. Okay, I want to get hit by this. So that dealt 5, and it usually does 34. What the heck? Is he stuck? Okay, we got a Noxious Root, so we should have some better parries. I'll see how OP the Noxious Root is as well, if I get a few of them. Dev button that ups the movement speed of everything for testing like this. That's a good idea. Oh, well, I guess you can do that in Godot now, just directly. Oh, perfect. Stunning works for these guys, too. I wasn't sure if it would. I guess it's just a shader. That's the only difference. I did have a dev button that just gave you an insane amount of augments. You guys want to see that? It's really fun. Use AI at all to aid your dev process. I use AI for like auto completion in code, but not like structuring code. I still like code everything myself. But it's good for like code comments and stuff like that. I think the weapon's feeling a lot better. It's definitely come a long way since Monday. Although that illusory shroom just did 0 damage somehow, which is not good. How do you just miss me? Here, I'll show you guys that. If you haven't upgraded to, I think it was 4.6 that we got that. All right, let's see. I feel like we need to be taking more stamina damage from blocking. Maybe not. Maybe yes. Okay, let's take more stamina damage, and then I'll show you guys that feature too. So what I was talking about is if I do this, go back here. Multiply the damage by 4. Just double it. And then if I embed this, what I can say is run at 2 times speed. And now we just have a faster project. Yeah, you can even do 10 times, but watch this. My weapon's going to go haywire. My weapon just disappears. I think there's something wrong with my my delta calculation. My weapon's just gone. It's just gone. I just don't have a weapon. Return to lobby. There we go. First time viewer on your channel and wondering if game dev is your full-time gig. It's not. It's pretty close to it, but I still do other stuff because I like money. I need to pay bills. Okay, I was gonna show you guys the dev input, the legendary dev input. So I can say for augment in constants dot augments dot values for n in 100 add augment. And now watch what happens. We have 100 of every augment. I'm going to go back to 1x speed because this is hard to control. So now we're just absolutely busted. I think I need more friction as the feathers increase, but this is if you go quick enough, or if you do well enough in the game, this is where you can be. Pretty fun. God mode. Anyways, pretty cool. So, what else do I need to get done today? Oh, I was originally going to end at 1. I would like to animate the other stun animations because you cannot stun Bakanawa or Akiesto yet. Anyway, want to animate those other things. What else do we need to do? I feel like the parrying's kind of in a good spot. I wanted to add parrying. Oh, we'll do that. We'll add parrying to the lance, and then I want to do something else with the power guard. Saw a YouTube video teaching people how you created your tree enemies in Blender to pixel over. Is that how you're still doing things, or is there a better method you found? That's still how I'm doing things, so I'm doing that for all my enemies. I like the method. I think it's pretty good. Also, right now, you can only spawn... Where's my Bakanawa? There he is. Okay. Cool. So that's all fixed. Test map. We'll keep that open. We'll keep Barkling closed. Player can be closed. We don't need to worry about the base lobby right now. Let's push these changes. What did I just add? Get status. Get add dash dash all. What did we just do? Commit dash m greatsword blocking state. Cool. You could use almost any editor with a bit of setup. Just moved to Z like yesterday. It's a pain to learn keybinds again. I haven't ever used that. Right now for my enemies, I just do it in Blender and then script it to render out the 8 directions. Are you also doing like 3D to pixel art kind of thing, or are you doing more of a like a HD look? I always pull up this example, but like old Donkey Kong games. What is it, like old Donkey Kong game or Donkey Kong Country? That's what I'm thinking about. You know how they have like the 3D models that they rendered out, but it's like they didn't do any sort of posterization. They just rendered them directly. That's what I'm talking about. Like this kind of thing. I don't like this look. So that's why I'm going for more of like cell shaded pixel art kind of thing. HD looks more so like, forgive me, Father, almost hand drawn. I don't know. It's all right. I can't think of a game that has done it like well. Well, wait a second. Dead Cells, right? They have more of a, or is theirs still pretty reduced palette wise? Oh, it's definitely reduced. I haven't seen this in a while. I'm trying to look. Yeah. And I'm actually not sure. I assumed this was 3D rendering when I first saw this, but now that I look at it, it looks more 2D animated. They might have just used 3D as a reference, I guess. I don't know. This art is so clean, though. This game is so clean. I love it. Well, time to listen to Stickerbush Symphony. Stickerbush Symphony. Oh my gosh. Stickerbush. The Super Smash Bros. Brawl version is so good. That's like still in my liked songs to this day. I love that song so much. Let me respond to some messages quick. Dead Cells use 3D models. I don't remember if they were redrawn in pixel art or just shadered. Yeah, it sounds like it. I mean, it looks like it. Because that's another thing is like, I'm not sure how easy it is to make a like clean pixel art shader, because I know a lot of people struggle with that, or if it's easier to just directly draw over like as a reference. Dude, Steve, what's up? All right, what's the course of action here? Blocking should be more rewarding. That's what I was working on today. So that's complete. Crow Cloak. Oh, that's not as important. One more update and we finally get nearest neighbor scaling. Is that 4.7 or was that a... Yeah, that's 4.7, right? Which, by the way, 4.7 is going really quick. Okay, so vote. Let's do a vote here. Should I implement the same kind of parrying system for every enemy, or not? Because now I'm thinking, the Bakunawas, they shoot projectiles at you. What if instead of parrying and it stuns the Bakunawa, maybe you just shoot the projectile back at them? How difficult would that be? I think I called it Spit Projectile. It is a class. Create new attacker entity. Hitbox creator, attacker entity. Although I don't know, I'm not sure if I can just change the attacker entity. Because I'd have to say hitbox module, attacking entity. This gets sent on area entered. A reflect attack would be cool, but would add too much to the scope creep. I don't think it would. I could probably get it done in 10 minutes. The weirdest thing I'm thinking about is like, how do I convert the hitbox, which I think it's pretty simple. So what I could do is like func reflect attack from, and we require a reflecting entity. And then we just say oh, we need some way to say like if it's reflectable or if it's in a specific. No, that's okay. Yeah, we could just call that. We'll just have specific cases. There won't be that many. So like, what if I said move direction? I guess you'd want to reflect it from, yeah, it would be move direction equals reflecting entity dot global position dot direction to self dot global position. And then I could say hitbox creator dot last created hitbox dot attacking entity equals reflecting entity. Then in the hurtbox module, if is parrying, if instance is valid, attacking entity. Apply stun, take damage, apply knockback. So we wouldn't want to do this. So we could say if attacking, where's my autocomplete? Entity is, I don't have a Bakunawa class yet. Let's give it a class name. Okay, so where was I? Hurtbox. If attacking entity is Bakunawa, then oh, that's the issue. I don't have a way to get a reference to the projectile. Queue free the projectile, spawn a new one with the player as the owner. I do have that functionality because it's an augment. So, whoops. Let's search for Bakunawa spit projectile dot create new. In the Bakunawa soul augment, this is a bit more complicated than I thought it would be. Because ideally I'd want to pass the hitbox to the receive hit function, but then it's kind of a mess. Yeah. It's okay. Let's forget about that for now. I'll just do it the regular way. And I want to comment this out. Because I can literally just reflect it if I have a reference to the spit projectile, which I don't have a good way to get a reference to that. Unless I pass the hitbox reference to the hurtbox. So that's kind of weird. I don't want to do that right now. It's adding more augments. What I would like to do is my hitbox module should just take a dictionary or some sort of a hit container instead of having so many arguments like this, because I really hate this structure. Yeah, I'm passing so much stuff through. It gets confusing. That's okay. So, damage number, noxious root, stun effect, greatsword blocking state. That should be all finished. So I guess next thing is to make a stun animation for Bakunawa. And I mean, I guess I want to test this. What happens if I stun him right now? Whoops, that's wrong. Spawn me with a sword, please. Spawn me with a sword, please. Hello? Should I just implement a way to get a custom weapon? Because this is getting pretty... okay, let's take this out. Let's put this here. And then we'll do weapon ID equals constants.weapon dot driftwood. There we go. Well, I guess if I did a standardized projectile, then I couldn't really do effects, so I'd have to instantiate a whole scene, because like this one has the trails. Also, I just realized another bug. Okay, so it doesn't make any bugs, which is fine. That's good. How many hours does this game last? I'm not sure. I haven't been keeping track of that. But if you mean like how long do the runs take, they're infinite, just as long as you can survive. So what I just noticed is the Bakunawa Soul Augment. What it does is it creates them with a specific color. Now, I only want to do this if the owner entity is not an enemy. So I could say color dot white if owner entity is enemy, else that. Could not find enemy in current scope. Really? So do I do this the other way? I thought I had an enemy class. Maybe I don't. That's really interesting. If owner entity is player, I definitely have a player class. This way, even if they have a Bakunoa soul, the colored ones will always correspond to players. I think the best way to handle parrying projectiles is if I have more weapons that should be able to parry projectiles, I would just have a parry function on either my projectile class, or I'm assuming projectiles are all going to behave differently. Like, I don't want the same kind of thing. But it could literally just reverse the velocity because they're all character bodies, so it's not super complicated. Stun timer not initialized. Okay, so let's do the stun thing. I need to take a quick break again, but I will be back in like 2 minutes. 1 second. Okay, we're back. Hello, Cubal Regis. Hope you're still there. How's it going? Let's get the Bakunawa animated quick, which I am going to crash out if I have to do another animation. But that's okay. First thing I want to check is pixel over. Hello? Did we crash? We crashed. Classic. Cool. So pixel over, I don't know if the Bakunawa file is still okay. It might be absolutely cooked. Does that look right? I can't tell if that looks right. No, that's definitely not right. Oh man, that would suck. Hey, how's it going? Oh man, I had some sort of smoothing thing. Let's see if it's an issue with. Was it this one? No, it's not this one. Oh, that just fixed it. Switching tabs. Interesting. Okay. Whatever you say. Cool. So I guess we'll animate this quick. I have to shut Godot because otherwise my stream is going to tank. I'll shut this. And we'll go to, honestly, I could minimize that. Blender. This time, I want to open the Bakunawa file. Oh, that is something to open a project to. What is this? That's a crazy pose. All right. No, it did save. It's just pixel over is a little finicky. So for this one, we should be able to just do from the idle. Chomp. I think I want to take it from idle and then just edit it a little. So we'll do a duplicate. We'll call this Bakunawa _ stun. And the main thing, I think if I take his nose IK. Yeah, I don't think I'm keying in like anything here. Well, honestly, maybe I just delete all of his keyframes. So I want him just, I'm going to do kind of like a leaning down thing rather than with the Barkling where I had him spinning around. This guy will just be like, well, can I even get a good pose like this? this kind of thing. I feel like that works. Then he could have his mouth open a little too. So let's grab all these bones and we'll insert these. And then I'm going to copy pose, paste pose, insert. Now what I can do from here is maybe around this point, have him reel up slightly. Just kind of breathing. And then we'll animate the oh wait, I want it to be opposite. Can Pixelver make your 2D pixel art into 3D Blender model, or you do this yourself? Oh, I did that myself. You couldn't really do that without any sort of AI tool, because that would be generating a lot of content that isn't there. So I made the 3D models, did the texturing, that's why it looks like crap. And then I render it out. Okay, what happens if I rotate his head? I feel like that could add some variety here. Yeah, get some more movement, looks more fluid. Even if it's subtle. I don't want his tail to move as much, I don't think. Or maybe it's just putting his shoulders down more. Maybe that'll do it. Could I have his hands on the ground? Would that work? Maybe I don't put him on the ground. I think it's around there. It's a cool 3D model, and I like the texture. Looks like N64 type. Yeah, thanks. I think it's all right. It definitely looks better in pixel art, but I still don't like the shader results I happen to get. I think that's all right. I mean, it doesn't need to be crazy. Maybe add some head rotation. What happens if I rotate this? Oh yeah, we could definitely do that. It's like we rotate here, copy, paste. I think that looks okay. I don't know, what do you guys think? For a stunned animation. Let's go with it. So we then go to export, FBX, animations. We're going to objects. Where's objects? Bakanawa, FBX, overwrite. Cool. Now this should re-import it. So then we can go to animations. We can do idle. We'll call this stun. And animation just has to be stun. And I think the progress just kind of got fixed for Pixel Over. There was some issues with it. I like that. It's kind of stylized too. I think it looks good. Hi again, what program is this? This is called Pixel Over. It's on Steam. I think you can also get it from like Itch and stuff. Select folder. What? Path doesn't exist. Base file name. Bakanawa. Separator. Underscore. Layers. View. Animation. Pick. Stun. 8 directions. Export. I also want to give this guy a claw attack soon. That way he has a close range option. Cool. Let's close Blender. Save that. Reopen Godot. All right. Let's get these imported. All right, let's see how fast we can do this. So this usually takes me forever to get these in. Forever, I mean 10 minutes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're going to do stun underscore south, copy, stun underscore southwest. Move this up. Stun underscore west, stun underscore northwest, north, northeast, east, and southeast. Now we import the textures, entities, enemies, Bakanawa, stun. What are we on? Southeast is the first one. Select all. No, southeast is wrong. I got that wrong. First one, I got it wrong. Classic. Southwest. So this is southeast. East is this one. I should probably be using a plugin for this, but I really don't care. Northeast is this one. Northwest here. Last one. Southeast we got. Southwest is the first one. And then west is the second one. Cool. Animation player. Did you import whole model from Blender or just animations? Just because the project's in 2D, but if I ever make another project like this, I will definitely be doing 3D and then just a shader. You should make a Godot tool script that adds those for you. Oh, I guess I just mentioned that. Yeah, I should definitely do that. Idle. Duplicate to stun south. I think it looks good. Good enough. Oh, do I still have this pasted? Southwest. Duplicate to west. Duplicate to northwest. Put this on north. Northeast. East. Whoops, that is a wrong name. Oh, rename. Where's rename? Is that it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect. Now we go to the tree. Animation tree. Stun should be able to transition out of everything. So we do a new blend tree. We call it stun underscore blend tree. We make the connections immediate. So immediately can go back to idle. From the spit attack, we can go to stun. From move, we can go directly into stun. This looks good. Now in the stun blend tree, we do a blend space, connect it to a time scale, output, open an editor, discrete, add points, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is stun west. This is stun east. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, stun south. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, stun north. Then we do 3, so this is northwest, northeast, southeast, and southwest. Perfect. That was pretty quick. Now we make a duplicate of this. We call it stun. From the stun blend tree, we go to the animation tree, activate it, copy the stun blend space path, go to the animation module, put it in on stun blend tree, and go to the movement module and do stun underscore blend tree as disabled. So interesting, the difference in workflows. What is your workflow? Because I know there are some improvements I could do with mine. I would like to hear the differences. That works. So honestly, we then just duplicate. Honestly, let's just duplicate from Barkling. This is something where I'd like to make it like a scene that I can just instantiate, but that's okay. Okay, so stun sequence, if not, is timer timed out, stun timer, we need a stun timer. So I'm gonna just call this timers, add a new timer, stun timer, one shot, Stun timer, change state to stun, state manager. Make sure this is good. Last thing we need to do is assign the stun timer to the entity. I think that's it. Let's try it out. Okay. Perfect. Now, wait a second. Here's an issue. Well, it might not be that big of an issue. The duration between him already shooting is about, what, 2 seconds? 2. Yeah, it's about 2 seconds. So if you stun him, I guess it does add time, but he shoots exactly when he gets out of the state. I guess I could just add cooldown if it's a problem. I think it's okay. So we need to add the stars, though, because that was a cool thing. So visual, stun effects. And I want to go to the tree. You know what I should do? I should put the stun effect in different places, depending on the animation direction. Because, like, for Bakunawa, it's really... like, it makes sense that I'd probably want it not centered like this. I'm also realizing if I have a stun effect, I need to now move the health bar up a bit. Let's put the health bar like there. I mean, let's see how this looks. I feel like I should animate where the stun effect is anchored at. My workflow is just brute force iteration. You're a lot more methodical. Sounds like Christian is on the other extreme. Well, I have done this process a lot, so that's probably it. So I know, like, which bugs I'll run into if I don't do certain things already. But if it was my first time doing this, I would probably... yeah, I definitely need to animate where it is. I don't like how he's running away from me. Why is he running away like that? Why is he going that way? What's over there? Let's make these guys more tanky, too. I feel like they should be more buff. So max health is 400. We'll just multiply that by 1.6. And I want to make sure Akiesto still has a normal... oh yeah, Akiesto has enough HP. So I guess we animate this. I can disable the tree for this because this will make it easier. Animation player, we'll just start here. So stun effect. I don't know if there's a good way to anchor this. Does it really stop playing? Like, can't I? That's what I'm looking for. I mean, I guess. Doesn't need to be perfect. Oh, interesting. Stun east is wrong. And that's on this. That's why he kept looking the other way. This is stun east. There we go. Okay. Is this game pixel perfect? It is not. But the fact that you didn't notice means that it doesn't matter. No, I don't really care too much for pixel perfect games. Obviously, I am all for keeping the pixel size the same everywhere, which is not reflected in my notification panel there. But pixel size should be the same everywhere. The only reason I'm not doing pixel perfect is because the weapon needs to rotate. And if I do pixel snapping with a rotating weapon, it looks horrible. So I think the weapon is the only thing that's not like pixel perfect. Cool. I love it. It feels like a lot more interactive. I honestly really like it. Okay, what happened there? He just like didn't really take any damage. I tend to create scripts that do a lot for me, but once they're set up, it's so nice. I need to do that more. Tool scripts are so good. I do that in my plugins. Oh, this is wrong. Something got messed up here. Yeah, I do that with like my Terration plugin. It does a lot of stuff for you. My favorite thing is it like auto renames nodes based on like what you would want to name them anyways, so that's extremely convenient. Okay, what's going on here? Oh. I see. I'm going to do an error. If map specific enemies dot has constants. Oh. Just a quick error check. Okay, I'm trying to think of what else I could add today. Do I do the Akiesto stun too? How long did that take? Probably like 30 minutes. Okay, I like how tanky they are. Yeah, I think adding the stun was a really good call. Because it makes you want to use the stun. So now it's actually like forced to be part of the toolkit. Ah, one of them has honey. I'm getting slowed down. All right. Oh, I forgot you can just block. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is much better. This is so much better. Nice. I like it. So I had an idea when I took a break just now, and I might add this. We could either do the Akiesto stun animation or this idea. And this would be with your greatsword if you had, you know how you have the swing, swing, and it just keeps going. So what if you had swing, swing, stab, and then your last hit of the combo would be pulling back, and the pulling back would like boost you backwards, so you could kind of get out of situations. So you'd be like swing, swing, stab, which puts you in a little bit, and then pull back would like put you here. And pull back, I'm sure it could drag enemies slightly. I don't know. It would just, I feel like it would look really cool. And I don't think it's that difficult to implement because I already have it as a thing here. So let me check my greatsword script. I have a stab attack, which used to be in the game, has an animation. Is the parry that stuns them? Yes, parry stuns them. But that'll change depending on the weapon type. Like, I don't think every weapon will have parrying. So if you have like a big hammer or something, maybe it'll just have a chance to stun on every hit. But we'll see how I want to play around with that. Basic slashes. So this is kind of the thing where these can be chained together. So if you're after swing, we get the anim prefix, the entered anim prefix. If you are clicking attack, then we set the speed scale to the slash speed scale. We reset the hit log. If the current animation name is the anim prefix plus basic slash, then we chain into secondary slash. Else, if the current animation name is in secondary slash or stab attack. So let's do this. If it's in, if the animation is, well, let's make a save state. Git add dash dash all git commit dash m for adding stab attack. Git push. So we could say if the animation is our basic slash, we go into the secondary slash. Else, if the animation is our secondary slash, then we want to go into the stab attack. And this would be like that. And then for the stab attack, we just want to make sure it has all the same blend markers. So we have swing peak, swing end, which we blend into. Swing peak, swing end. So it would go like that. And do I have a boost on this? Let's see how it looks. Is that cool? And then maybe you like pull it back for the fourth hit of the combo. Or maybe you could just chain into back into the slashes. Because this ends your combo right now. How much damage does this deal to? 14? Maybe I just allow you to chain back. So LF current animation name equals stab attack, chain into basic slash. Now, set control labels. I need to update the UI, which is a very easy function. Left click string, hold left. I see. Do I have like a animation finished? I see. So what if I do this? When we do that, we could say, whoops, /1. And then we could say /2. And then here we could say stab. And then when you stab, we would just go back into this guy. See if that looks good for the UI. Oh, it's like reversed. Oh, I see. If you're in the slash. So this one would go to stab. I see. And then if you play the stab attack, we want to switch to /1. That makes more sense. What? I didn't swap these. Is that it? Oh, so this would go to /2. I see what's going on here. And then if we click and it's secondary slash, we go to stab. Oh, this would go to /1. Oh, you know what we need to go into is the idle aim needs to have /1. Honestly, maybe we just do slash. So /2. That's it. So that's the fastest you can attack. Yo, thanks for the follow, Nick. Just want to say, game development, especially if you code all this yourself, is insanely impressive. Just remember with these past few days, going back and forth and ideas, trying to get a procedural music generator to work that can handle any time signature and still sound similar. It's a mess. That sounds really interesting. I've never done anything with like procedural music. Sounds fun though. Are you using Godot? Okay, you can kind of get like a stab into parry kind of thing going on. I kind of like this. I think the boost is a little too much. Great sword base. Stab, boost. Let's reduce it to 350. I also want to see what it's like having a trail. Which is the third one. Okay, well, we can't really do that, but it looks cool if you're moving the weapon, I guess. Cool. I really like it. Let's take out the trail, though, because that's a little silly. Now, another thing is, does anybody know off the top of your head, how would you detect a hold input versus a click? Like, what's the best way to do that? Do I have to, I guess logically I'd have to wait X amount of frames and say, hey, if we're still holding it, then it's a hold, else it's a click, but then it would give you like an input delay, right? For normal clicks. It'd be super small, but it would still be a delay. I feel like that just doesn't make sense. Like, could clicks take 1 frame? Is that like fair? Because then it would be a 1 frame delay, which isn't too bad. Thanks for the follow. Well, this is just my planning, and so I'm using something called... Oh, that got blanked out, which is a JavaScript framework used for generating music. Not a huge fan of engines, not really a game designer, although I'd love to be one. Nice, okay. Have to threshold, one for click, one for hold. Well, I guess I would just need one for click, right? Well, let's see. You click, it starts a frame threshold. You'd actually want to do probably a timer, but it would be so small. And then you could say, when the timer times out, if we're still holding it, then do the hold input, else do the click input. What is this for? This would be for, if you're asking about the click thing, I was thinking of binding stab to right click. So then you could do slashes with normal click, stab with right click, and then you could hold down right click to charge, which would mean I would also need to refactor how my UI is displayed, because right now I only have 2 sections for UI. But that's okay. On down, start a counter. On counters less than click threshold, then it's a click if counter is more than threshold. Wait, on down, start a counter. Yeah, when it times out, right? Wait, I'm like, my brain is fried. I'm trying to think about this. On down, you start a timer. So if you lift up the mouse, it registers the click. And it would say, hey, we're under the threshold to do a click. When the timer times out, it would also register a click. But it would say, since the timer is greater than the threshold, we do a hold, right? So the actual check would be triggered by either mouse up or timer timeout. That way you could do quicker clicks and you wouldn't have the delay. That makes more sense, right? And I kind of looked at that plugin that you sent, and I don't think I'm going to try to implement it into my game because it seems like way too much work to switch everything over to it. Wait, was that kind of what you meant? I'm trying to like process too much right now. Yeah, it's a bit late for the plugin. But I'm definitely going to look into it. Try to learn it. Use something like var, time pressed. Well, I don't want to increase. I guess, yeah, just use physics process and delta. Except I'd probably want to use process, honestly. Yeah, that's the thing I hate about plugins. It's like, if the plugin gets into the weeds of your project and tries to do too much, then I hate the plugin. Like, I just want the plugin to sit there and do its own thing, and I don't want to have to touch it. I want to have easy connections to it. I was thinking of a counter, not a timer, so we go up, not down, but a timer works as well. I guess it's basically the same thing. Let's see, a counter would be... Well, how would you detect a hold with a counter? I'm trying to think of that. So, like, let's see, hold down, the counter starts. Would you do a setter? Like, how do you activate the hold event then? Oh, when you increase it. Yeah, duh. And then, yeah, if it's greater than the threshold, that works. Hold input threshold. Hold input threshold. I feel like that should just be in constants. Just put it here. Const. Hold input threshold. What would you say is a good threshold? I'm going to ask the internet. What is the average hold versus click input threshold? Hope I can help you more, but I almost understand English. That's okay. Just make sure you set a hold boolean to false on release. I'd probably just reset it on release. Standard commonly used average threshold is 200 to 500 milliseconds. I feel like, I mean, a click from a hold, I feel like 0.3 seconds would be fine, right? Now it's just a matter of how do I implement it into here. Do I have an input function in my state? I do not. Yeah, I think 0.3 would be good. So many game dev resources, especially in Godot, are aimed at tutorial level users. Building a real game seems to require doing everything yourself. I tell myself it gives... Yeah. No, once you get out of like doing tutorials and stuff, it makes more sense to just design your own systems. But I think they are still nice to see what other people do. Get some more ideas. Like, I've learned a lot, changed a lot of how I do things from just watching random tutorials and being like, oh, that's kind of interesting trick. Okay, so how would I do this? We want to have a... I mean, I don't really want to be increasing a number to infinity, right? So I should have a Boolean. I'm trying to think. So what if I did something like var? Which engine of this is? It's Godot. Well, I want to think about this more, because there's got to be why, like, I should just put it in the weapon state, and then I could just react to these events from anywhere. Or the weapon? I'm going to think about this because it's going to be too much work to do right now as well. I need to end the stream pretty soon here. But that will be required for the lance and the great sword. I wanted to add a scythe today, but ran out of time, I guess. Maybe I can do it tomorrow. You have a current hold time value and a threshold to check it. A boolean to set the state, and then I'll release the hold time. Yeah. I think that's how I want to do it, and just put it in, like, the parent weapon state, and then have functions, or a function to say, like, left mouse button clicked, or right mouse button held, or whatever. And then I could just code my weapon states around that. We'll do a quick run here, see if we can balance anything else quick before I end the stream. Don't you have an input manager node? I don't. I'm doing everything directly in the script, which I don't like. So I probably should. I mean, I have to do that anyways for a couple reasons. I should probably make that a high priority if I need to do this kind of stuff. Yeah, managers for everything. I'm trying to think, do I want... Yeah, that'll be a little bit of refactoring. There's also some issues with, like, I can still move around with this because my player is not using unhandled input for some reason. And I kind of like that. Like, I like when games do that. That's why I kept it in, but I don't think it should be a thing. Is it hard to parry the Barkling? I don't think it's that hard. I mean, it's easy for me, but I've also practiced a lot. It's not super easy for me. I was missing it a lot earlier. There, missed it. I usually have all controls in the input manager and can make getters for them, so I can call get left status and get click hold. So wait, then do you check the inputs from, like, process or something? How long am I going to stream? Probably, we'll say 10 more minutes. I have some work I have to get done on a different project today. But I might stream tomorrow. This week I still have to make a video for the weekend, so I need a good idea, and I need to plan the video, record it, edit it. So hopefully I have enough time for that. If I get the video done, I'll definitely stream tomorrow or Friday. Depending on the need, it's either get checked or in process or a signal. Okay, so you do have signals for presses too. I think I'll just do it that way. I don't have many things I have to convert as far as inputs go. So maybe I'll refactor that, make it a priority. I think the stun thing is great, though. I'm really happy with this. Made some good progress today. Ouch! Okay, that guy definitely has a mermaid's gem. Yep. Ah, I didn't see that guy. Let me try with the lance. People are saying lance is very bad. And I thought it was pretty good. So I kind of want to play around with it a bit more. Except lance is like definitely a more movement heavy weapon. Maybe it does need more damage. Okay. Because I nerfed everything on Monday. I don't like signal buses. Seems like cope. Honestly, that's valid. Also, another thing that people never mention with Godot is how powerful like static variables are. Like if you need a signal from a specific object, instead of having everything a singleton or globalized, you can just do a static variable and have like an active reference if it's something like the world or the player. I want to check my event bus. I don't know what I put in there. It's not much. Gears changed. Oh, Gears changed is there because of a save system, I think. That's a weird place to put it. So I have like new world ready, new run started, new stage visited. New wave started, final wave started. This kind of stuff, this could all be obtained from just a reference to the spawner, but then I'm thinking like maybe if I had multiple spawners, this could be helpful. Probably not though. One thing I always use though is like entity killed, because that's easier. Yeah, signal buses do make things easier to understand for sure. I'm trying to think, do I buff the lance? Because it did feel like a little weak. What else do I have on my to-do? I'm tired. All right, I think I'm burnt out now. I had to take a break. So next steps. Do the input thing. I need to refactor the input. That way I can make the weapons more complicated, which is a big thing. With that system, I will add the next weapon, which is going to be like a scythe. How's this parry and stun looking now? Here, I'll show you quick. Once I add the scythe, after that, maybe add another weapon depending on how quickly that goes. Otherwise, I will add a new enemy. So if you parry, it just stuns them. Like that. I think it looks pretty good. Yeah, for sure. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. So I want to stream tomorrow, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to. It all depends on how much I get done during the day. But it would be like a later stream if you guys want to also stop by, if it happens. So I like this. Akiesto needs a stun animation. I think I want, yeah, definitely stun him. Yes, that's another big thing. Controller support would be so nice to implement if I had a input manager. For projectiles, parries reflect the projectile. Oh, Detriox, you weren't in the chat while we were talking about that. I think I do want to add that. It's just a weird reference right now. Like, it's hard to get a reference to the projectile, which isn't that difficult to fix, but I think I do want to add that. Or maybe do specific attacks that have a reflector, kind of like in Smash Bros. Or something. Yeah, changing binding is also something I need to do. I don't know who noticed this, but the settings menu is not finished by any means. It doesn't have a theme on it, and it doesn't have settings over here. So I need controls, rebinds, that kind of stuff. Okay, well, I think that's good progress. So, end of the week, I don't want to overscope things for this update, but I'd like to have another weapon, a little bit more complexity with the current weapons, fix the input system, and maybe add a few more augments. I don't think I can get an enemy done this week, but I want to add more enemies soon, so maybe the following week. Yeah, I think it went good. So, yeah, thanks for stopping by, everyone. If you don't already have the game and you want to check it out, character is not in 3D, they're rendered out. If you don't already have the game, want to check it out, it's on Steam. It's called Eavor. I guess I should have plugged this earlier. So you can pick it up for around $5, and this is just the early access, obviously. But if you want to check it out, if you haven't already, be sure to leave feedback in the Discord, which I'll also send. Early access, just trying to get wish lists and trying to get, you know, like new features, bug fixes, stuff like that. So be sure to leave feedback. If you already bought the game, thank you so much. And yeah, another stream, hopefully tomorrow, maybe Friday or something. But yeah, be sure to join the Discord. Also, I'll have a video this weekend. Yeah. All right, have a good day, everyone. Thank you for stopping by. Peace.